All right, all right, all right. We should be back in the building. Y'all know what time it is on this Taco Tuesday. We are up in here looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE, of patreon.com/ClassEbeats. By the way, the link is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. Today, we're getting back into it. We got day 26 in here. I know, it's insane. And we've got the good doctor is back on the stand. We've got Dr. Marie Russell is up in here, and she's going to be getting back into, I think this is Cross? No, or is it Cross? I don't know. Either way, we're gonna get back into it here in a second. But before I do, I gotta say what's up to the people and shout out everyone that's in here, man. Good to see y'all this morning. Of course, we got my awesome, amazing Amy is in here first thing. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate you. Les Cleaver's in the building. I see you. We got Kara Hampton, Slim Life, New Jersey. Wendy W is up in here. We got Taco Tuesday. There he is. Shout out to Taco Tuesday in here. It's your day. We got Ocean Grove is in the building. Unique, good morning. We got Trisha up in here. Shout out to Trisha. And Libby22 SC Girl is in the building as well. I will be saying what's up and good morning to y'all as we go throughout the show. You know, we're going to be here all day, so it's going to be a good time. Let me know what y'all think. Stay active in the chat as well. We'll be celebrating some of y'all who make it onto the community leaderboard as we usually do as well. So before I get into it, y'all know what I have to do. I do it every single show, and I have to ask and beg y'all to please like the video on your way in. Not only is it free, not only does it help the show continue to grow, but lets the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the show. It shares the video and the channel and this live stream out with more people. So if you could take a second and do that, I would appreciate it. It really does take less than a second, and it's free, guys. All right, come on now. Also, we do have some super chats. I will be reading super chats as we go throughout the show. So big thank you and shout out to everyone who goes the extra mile and sends in some super chats and does show some extra love. We've got Les Cleaver in here. He's been a platinum member for 8 months. Oh my goodness. He said beauty tax paid for all the ladies in the chat. Shout out to Les Cleaver, man. Always working hard and stopping by the show to show love. Appreciate you being a member for 8 months too. Goodness. He also drops a 5-bomb, excuse me, 5-bomb and says, free Karen Reed. Brennan, you're barking up the wrong tree. The good doctor. Yeah. Standing strong, in my opinion. I agree. God bless this channel and the chat family. I agree with you, Les, and we're going to get back into it in a second. I think Brennan made a huge mistake in trying to discredit this witness and bring question about it. I think we could all pretty easily see how well educated and qualified she was, just like Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello, just like Dr. Wolf. And now we have Dr. Russell here. It's the same thing. I don't know why he's going this route, but maybe the jury will see it differently. We'll have to wait and see. Kara Hampton is in here with the 10-bomb. Says, good morning, gang. It's Taco Tuesday. Time for Dr. Russell to put Pee-wee in his place. Have a great day on purpose. Absolutely. Let the good times roll. Free Karen Reed. My handsome tax is paid. Thank you for paying handsome tax. I don't know why Amy started that. Now I got to say it every time. Shout out to Amy. We've got Slim Life in here with the 10-bomb as well. It says, Grand Rising, everyone. Much love to ClassE, Amy, and my amazing chat family. Remember, God is good all the time, and all the time, God is good. Amen. Let's get it. Thank y'all for the super chats. I think we had a couple more in here too. Let me see. Oh, look at Amy in here gifting memberships. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Amy. Not only did she gift 5 memberships in here, but I think she gifted 5 memberships twice. Am I seeing that right? Oh, she did. She gifted 10 total memberships. Shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy. If you got a membership from Amy, make sure you say thank you. And shout out to everyone who got one too. I see she's exposing on the Ninja Watchers like Rice Street. He's a moderator over too. He be Ninja watching. Just say good morning, Rice Street. We know you're here. Dang. Thank you, Amy, for always showing love and support and reminding everyone to like the video. All right. If y'all could, make sure you like the video. Likes are free. It helps us out a lot. We're going to go ahead and get into the coverage. And before I do that, let me see how many sidebars y'all think we're going to have today. And I told you guys I was going to make it a little bit more difficult on you since y'all were hovering in that 6 to 11 range. So it's going to be tough today. So let's see. How many sidebars today? We are going to go with 0. We'll go 0 to 4. And then we'll go 5 to 7. Oh, y'all gonna have to stand on business today. We've got 8 to 10. All right. Or 11 plus. So this is going to be interesting to see what you guys vote today. All right. We've already got the sidebar counter going. Thank y'all for the love. Let's go ahead and get into our coverage today. Did I put week? Okay. I did put day 26. All right, here we go. We're going to start with some hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior
Here we
Court,
go.
hold an indictment within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning. Y'all know we got to start with the cap today. Shout out to Dr. EJ. Thank you, my friend.
Questions? Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
No.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
They're
Did
lying.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should care. Is Dr. Russell in the back there? Mr. Brennan, you can set up if you want to.
And shout out to Officer Token up in here, the one black officer in Boston, in Canton.
Dr.
What time
Armani,
it
you're
is.
still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, let's see what he's got for us today. Hopefully we'll do a little bit better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you answered.
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
And Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but, you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
I don't.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and
She
make a
said this
suggestion about
so
what
many
is
times.
training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
Did you have any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential
And
diagnosis.
so, after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you just
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes.
see it again?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I ask you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Lessie.
So
Wait a minute. They're coaching their witnesses? Dun, dun, dun. Oh my gosh. I've never seen this before. Guys, it's over. They got to lock Karen Reed up now. They said, hey, if you're not sure about something that you said, just ask for the transcript. Case closed. Karen Reed's guilty. It's over. We did all of this for nothing. Wow.
did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
That's a sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during the
didn't. We didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss
she's
anything about
guilty.
the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I
order
didn't.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that
Just
you
a
had a conversation with him?
sequestration.
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver.
When
Oh,
you-
no, I wasn't with him yesterday, no. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi
Oh man,
relative to the sequestration order that you're under?
you got it that
This
time.
morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo
Sequestration.
with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just the sequestration
Oh my
order.
gosh.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride home, back home,
Yeah, somebody asked a great question. How did he find out this information? Well, probably because they got out of the limo together when they got to court, because this is not a big deal. That's how he found out. Here we go.
but back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red
That's-
Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
that was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some there must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be
Let
honest?
it go, dude.
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he talk? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask
I-
for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, he insulted her now. That's so rude. This is tough. This is hard to watch, man.
Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. We can take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than, you couldn't be 100% certain?
Yeah, she did not appreciate
That
him
looks
saying
consistent.
Do you want more time with the transcript?
No.
that. She is not happy. She shook her head too.
Has anybody else
said-
talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
Dang.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date,
Yes,
may I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that, disregard that, Jonas.
Wow.
Yes. What page you want this to?
We're going off the rails now. He should be sanctioned. That's crazy, man. What was that? Sanction this dude or something. What he said, pursuant to Dr. Alessi's advice. That's embarrassing and childish.
May I see the
Of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that. Disregard that, Jonas.
May I
Wow,
approach?
Yes.
that's
What page you on,
embarrassing.
Mr.
23. June 21st, 2024, Doctor.
June 21st.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And what did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you.
Dang, man,
Yes, you may.
wow. That's
When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it?
Sure.
That sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Do you remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest there's some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes?
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not
have you
engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There
For
is no
instance.
standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source. There is no recognized community. There's no certification. There is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. DeMunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
You guys think the jury cares about this at this point?
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
Is blue paint scientific? I mean, it's still reasonable doubt to me. So he's gonna say my expert witness is better than yours. Yet we have nothing showing that there was a collision other than a broken taillight and some blue paint. So it's not dog bites. Do we know beyond a reasonable doubt that it was a taillight? Yep. Sure don't.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr.
Objection,
Russell?
Your Honor.
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet
that's true.
Doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would, if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the and the articles that I read. The numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology.
It's a good line of questioning,
is
though.
there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely wanted to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could have caused these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else
Right.
before
We got you, doctor.
I come to my conclusion?
On your
And
ride over-
it's funny because I get she's brought as an expert witness to testify about the dog bites, but she made very clear the dog bites are a smaller portion of her experience in her work. Although she has the most experience out of anybody you can find out there, that's still not the majority of what she did. So the confirmation bias argument's interesting to me.
Over
Here.
here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of
She's seen a
Mr.
lot
O'Keefe's
of
arm. And I want to
injuries.
ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
We did all of this yesterday.
When we last spoke,
Why we're
just for
going back to it.
background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2,
Yes.
number 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5.
Which did
I'm
you
sorry,
call
this
4?
one,
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified on June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe
course.
so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
Objection, Your Honors.
So, do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion-
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape. And very similar to the nails that the canine the canine teeth of dogs.
Makes
so the
sense.
shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar-looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question.
It's a good question.
Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
It wasn't until I began asking you questions.
She talked
and you had
about the pattern
inconsistent
at the
answers
beginning.
That you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that in the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
She did,
When
and she
you first
testified to that
testified.
yesterday,
So today,
too.
before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails. That is different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Do you remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that there was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks.
Go to the transcript.
Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it
Asked and
depends on
answered.
the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the at the end of the paw. They come to a point, and by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh yes, depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all that we need.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
May I approach?
Yes.
When you first testified on June 18th, doctor, you were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18th, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin, and you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
And then did you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report,
Yes.
after your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number one? Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines.
Correct.
And the smaller ones are
Pointy teeth.
incisors.
Correct.
There's
man.
6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more specifically canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines?
I
not
wish
the
you would
teeth,
stop asking for the
canines that caused that
transcript,
wound?
though.
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did your report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails
That's a good question.
to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged, and each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth.
Top-
Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified
Teeth are teeth.
previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom, and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact
Can
is
we see
there.
you, cameraman?
And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that
Do you
at all.
remember that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so, inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound
Yes.
up there, closest, I agree, yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before.
This is good. This is
If
good
this was
line of
the
questioning.
only wound on Mr. O'Keefe. Number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me, yep, four, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for 5 and same for 6.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony,
Yeah, for those of you, yeah, I see. What he's trying to show is that individually, if you look at the wounds, you wouldn't be able to say it's from a dog bite, right? But what the doctor is saying, you have to, when it comes to dog bites, you have to look at them together, because a dog bite, one single dog bite alone in this instance wouldn't be enough to determine what it is. So I get where he's going
you never
with
had
this.
that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you
Tough.
looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could
In the
identify
pattern
it as a
matters, that's
dog
true.
bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number 2, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number 2, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny, pinpoint almost, lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number 2, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these two scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these exact, well, not exact, these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You've shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
No, I'm going to object to the word that was used has been done before.
Mr. Brennan, word it differently.
Sorry?
Word it differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Can
approach?
you just hold 1 second? Could you please turn the fan off, Paul? Jurors, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much, Officer DeLong.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth, weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5?
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these, they could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent in scissor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder, and then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said I'm not sure.
And then, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Oh, yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
Good job, Dr. Russell.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter-of-factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believed.
And today you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You
Yes.
were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say with 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Sorry, guys.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, it could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Mm-hmm.
A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's
of the
exactly
arm?
what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog.
What's a
you
law
know
enforcement
it's like
dog?
a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim
I don't know.
is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other part?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, could you put that back up, please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds,
Breaking
again,
down each wound.
is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be,
Well, you have the
Specific.
opinion today, and I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
Do you have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
about pattern recognition, so we got to move on from that point. She made that very clear, in my opinion.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
Come on, Brennan. It's time to move on, man.
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Individually, no.
It's time to move on, brother.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's two linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed,
That makes sense.
you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have two prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
That
This
makes
is not a
sense.
slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it? The
I-
distances-
again-
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question at that, so I'm going to let that in.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by two canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What
And
did you come up with?
visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I
actually
did not.
measure them, did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring
y'all having
them if
buffering
you're now saying that
issues?
it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is, it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, Doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with the car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition
So
methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with. And that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, please.
Did you finish that answer, Doctor?
No.
Continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and but I use as a basis, part of my basis, that these were not.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's and said that, correct?
Specific to this case?
And said that, correct?
Specific to this case?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training
I'm still on it.
to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was
Dang.
rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of
Accident-
accident
Yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't know what.
Are you ACTAR
What's the objection?
qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion
Still lagging?
that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you
Let me
offer
see.
that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So, yes, I am
It should be good, guys.
very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors,
Have you
yes.
studied that before you
Studied.
gave this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at
And
photographs.
when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Miss Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29th,
It's assuming your
2022
hypothesis is true.
at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass in the picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at the pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
So when you say you didn't see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pants, photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as possible?
So let's, we'll come to sidelines tomorrow.
There's our first one. Oh boy. We got our first sidebar. Let me go ahead and update the counter. I'm not gonna lie. Guys, y'all aren't gonna like this one. Hank is he's doing a pretty good job of breaking this down. But the problem there is that it's not helping his case. It's creating more reasonable doubt and maybe saying, well, I mean, you got the consistency, you've got her lack of ability to be able to assess the dog bites because of the pattern. And then it's like, oh, well, maybe it could have been something else. I don't think the blue paint is any bit more credible, though. And the guy saying, yeah, see, you just hold your arm and you get hit like this. There's no science there. It's all theory. There's all speculation. An accident reconstructionist did not show to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that's the way it happened. So I don't know. I'll have to see what y'all thinking here. Was there blood or tissue on any of the broken taillight pieces? Nope. What? This was from being drugged through the snow and grass. It doesn't matter about the collision. Well, they didn't prove that John was hit by a car at all. Talk about confirmation bias, Squidward. She should back away from these trap questions. Rude, but wants to say respectfully. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I know. And that's one sidebar. Slim Life says, I had a oh, okay. She's wondering what we missed. Doesn't matter. I have to disagree. Her body language is like a whiplash of a classic principal. Amy said, boo. But I think Hank, by what he's doing, he's not making his expert seem more credible. Either way, let's skip ahead here so y'all don't have to wait any longer. Here we go.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
She said, oh, yeah.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries, correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip-type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree
So she did consider that.
injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you con-
several different
Sorry, she needs to answer.
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no
That's huge.
significant injuries from the neck down. No fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity. No significant injuries from the neck down, and so yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground? I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear of the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Could I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat there was not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass.
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several
Obviously.
pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
It's very weird that he landed right side up. I agree.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study in the foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know I still don't understand the question. I'm having a trouble
Okay?
understanding the
It's
question.
my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way.
It's a
You were
weird
considering as
question.
much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle. Yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time it?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So you, in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we
car,
have
the vehicle parked. Yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I didn't. I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that.
I don't know how
but
she can
again,
see that.
these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, and in this case you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision, do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No. What do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about Did I hit him or something of that? What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact, a collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some
What does she need them
statements,
for,
but that was
though?
after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the
'Cause she has
defendant had
eyes.
undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen
That's
this
true.
many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year later, a year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when
Nice
you
one, Hank.
looked at the clothes in this
Moving on.
case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, aren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Sidebar number 2. All right, let's go ahead and update it. Hold on. We got sidebar number 2. Shout out to Amy. Amy in there with the super stickers. Let me read some of these super chats real quick while we're in this sidebar. And we'll skip ahead here in a second. I've got, oh dang, there was a ton of y'all. We had, oh, here we go. Shauna in the building with the 20 bomb says, PSA to all who watch and follow ClassE Beats. If you get good food from a restaurant, you'll not only return, but you'll leave a tip. A super chat. Oh man. You also suggest that restaurant to your family and friends. Please apply this. Shout out to Shauna in the building. Going the extra mile. Thank you for the support and the shout out. Hey, y'all heard her. I didn't say it. Shauna said it. So thank you for the support. We've got MKAP Travis in the building. Just became a new member. Thank you for becoming a new member over there. Ocean Grove with the 1 bomb. Appreciate you. We've got CPE in the building. My guy dropping the 5 bomb. And then Amy is ready for lunch already. She's got the cake. She's got the banana without the banana. Hey, yo. She's got a regular banana and the ice cream. Y'all know what Amy's thinking. Shout out to Amy. It's about that time, Amy. We're almost there. We got Shauna in here again with the 2 bomb showing love. Thank you, Shauna, for the love and support you show. Continuing to pray for you on the daily. And thank you for being here. That's so sweet, man. Shout out to Shauna. All right. So did I update the sidebars? Yep. We got 2 in there. Let's go ahead and skip ahead. You see Peggy over there. You see Paul. Let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, what did they say? I didn't hear it.
Any of us wanted to do while you're sitting here, so we're going.
Hold on a second. What's happening? Are we taking our morning break?
It's taking longer than any of us wanted to do while you're sitting here, so we're going to continue what we're doing, but we will give you the morning recess. So that's about a half an hour or so. Okay?
There's a morning
All right, to the
recess. All
court,
right.
please. Those your notebooks, follow me.
So it looks like we're about to have some fireworks between Alessi and Brennan. Oh, this is going to be
Next to
interesting.
the courtroom, please be seated.
It's about to get spicy. All right, here we go. What is Alessi upset about? And shout out to the good Dr. Russell.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Here we go.
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm going to go to the podium and your carrier is there. If you'd like
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
This is going to be good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it.
That poor podium.
The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object and object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled, under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Well said.
Mr. Brennan.
She said, okay, cool. All right, what's the reasoning here?
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal.
Yeah.
It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper, it's not unconstitutional, it's not irrelevant, it's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear, superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Wilson.
Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie
Look at this lady.
that
She's like,
was
"Ooh, he
one,
mad."
I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital,
Carted
carried
around
around by
for
Mr. Proctor
months.
for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months.
That's
There
true.
are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
I have 30 seconds.
Sure.
Wow.
The defense can pound their fists and yell as loudly as they want, but they can't change truth to reality. Whatever the motivation is for
He is
wanting a
mad.
mistrial can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd, December 12, 2024 transcript, I direct the court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words,
What page?
we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more. There are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour. So
Wow.
All right.
There it is. What do you think's gonna happen? Y'all think Bev is gonna? That's it. That's a mistrial. We'll have to wait and see. Bringing up the evidence in at that point is interesting. Does it open the door, and is that something that the defense can use to their advantage? I don't know. Again, just a juror looking at this from a jury's perspective. Y'all let me know what you think in the comments in the chat. Let's see if we have enough of delay to skip through some of this BS. I don't think they're back yet, so we lost all of our delay. Let me read some of y'all's comments in here. And shout out to the gang, man. Y'all are up in here. Amy dropping the hot dog emojis in the chat. What else are y'all saying? Words are flavors and spices. Well, they keep the working class at lower. Well, what are y'all talking about in here? Please, Lord, give me a dictionary for all those eloquent words. I hate Hank so much. Don't hate him, man. Dang, y'all hate him for real? I'll be happy if she denies the mistrial but leaves out the DNA. They could have washed it. This case is so messed up. I can't see how she can possibly be convicted. I don't see it either, to be honest. His laptop is blocking the mic. What the heck, man? Oh, man. She's going to deny the mistrial? I think so. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, too. She will just tell him not to talk about DNA and snicker about the motion to mistrial. No mistrial. Amy, what you looking at over there with the eyes? It's funny. They excuse the jurors, but Alessi can be heard at Boston Harbor. You're right about that. Brennan, you lied to the jury and you brought up DNA. Game over. Suck it up. I can't say that word after you said suck it up. I just can't do it. But yeah, y'all can read. We've also got Curious Coco New York is in here with the 5-bomb. Says going to be listening with y'all in the car and I can't chat. Love the ClassE fam. Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much. That camera's shaking, so we might be back here in a minute. We had about a 30-minute delay. So actually, give me 1 second. We're going to take an unofficial sidebar and then we'll get into it. We should be back here. Y'all just give me 1 second. All right, y'all. We back. We back. Let me see what you guys are saying in here. And I saw a couple more super chats come through too. I think that was Slim Life over there. What did Slim Life say? Oh, we've got a couple of comments. Hold on a second. Amy said, call the local dumpster. Throw the whole thing away. Let's see. Slim Life is in the building. Shout out to Slim Life. With all the emojis. I can't make all those faces right now. I said Pee-wee. I can't say Pee-wee. It just sounds weird. But I get you. Thanks, Slim Life. He said he had swabs with him in his kit, but no containers, which is why they put blood and beer bong cups for evidence. Yeah, they had to secure the scene, man. Red Solo cups, and they filled them up, and they had a party. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to look up the number for the FBI this Commonwealth needs investigating. I'm sure Amy has it and can let you know. Shout out to Amy with the poop emoji. Jeez. Oh, Amy's on one today. Just Google the Massachusetts CJC. That's how you file conduct complaints for judges. Good luck, guys. Good luck. I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with trying, but it is what it is at this point. All right, let's go ahead and see what the decision is here by Judge Beth.
Unmuted.
I'm sure it's going to be a shocking decision.
Please be seated for the session.
All right, now, when she makes her decision, I want you guys to act shocked, okay? When she makes her ruling, here we go. Amy said, drop $1 and make ClassE holiday. It's $1? Dang, Amy. What? I will say, woohoo.
All
Here we
right,
go.
so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
I did not address sidebar the other issue that's under court's consideration regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion.
Shocker.
I don't see it without a foundation.
She said no.
So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could you do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Oh,
Sure, whatever you want.
yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
Okay.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury. That it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay. If that's what the defense wants. Are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, let me confer with my... Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to agree
Oh, dear.
to outside. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, dang. Shocker. There, Amy's got y'all. Told you. 857-386-2000 for
Are the lunches
Massachusetts.
here?
They're taking lunch early? The lunches aren't there.
Are they still over there?
It's only 11:45. Appreciate you, Wendy. Thank you.
Did you start yet, or can you turn?
I just, if they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great. Okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously, with subject whatever Your Honor does, based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes that I could, most 35, to finish up whatever redirect that I have, if that affects Your Honor's scheduling for the jury.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they made it downstairs.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
Here we go. Bring him on in.
Dr. Russell, during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
May I-
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Or, thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review or receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. So I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had to deal with because the witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe, under the standards that's been set in this trial, that a proper foundation has been set.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're the only person or a limited person in the entire country that could do this, they should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so this isn't affirmatively bringing it in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you say, Mr. Leslie?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give two quick examples. Dr. Welcher, Trooper Ball, Dr. Squirty Bello. They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Squirty Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not. For the reasons stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
We're going to bring the jury back in. So we got a little bit of time before lunch. Let's see if we can skip ahead. There's your decision.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with a car. I was asking you specifically about some of the things you may or may not have reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had been hit and died as a result of a collision. Do you remember that photograph you looked at?
The photograph of Which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen.
on the ground. His face was redacted, and there was.
Oh,
some
that one. Yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was? What you were trying to deduce or?
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with the car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body brakes, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body brakes in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body breaks?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body breaks?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm and showed the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
What a
I'm
question.
going to allow that.
I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence that is contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it, and I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
No.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
And did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had. My understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions, and so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, hair, fabric to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, a scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
Yes.
When
Not that hard to understand.
you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt. Can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please? you identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve, yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it, excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of
there you
UC
go.
Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So, yes, I am aware that there was some swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or part of your medical objective opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Christine.
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes.
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
Animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, in giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Meaning what?
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
That's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you
That's
saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog who bit John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. Can I ask it differently?
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. You know, if you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive. You go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You can't tell us anything
You asked
based
your
in
question.
fact
I'll apologize.
to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, then you wonder why, and you want to know, was the test done correctly? You know, was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner,
Chain of
weren't
custody
you?
is
Yes.
garbage, doctor. I'll tell
You
you.
were a medical examiner when you examined a person or their body. You did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
Did you know at the time Dr. Scotabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Yes.
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
No.
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
Still, for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
Is that
And
what
so
happened?
in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Did you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Okay.
There it is. Another sidebar. That's number 3. Let me see if they caught up. And I'll read a couple of these super chats too. So we've got 3 sidebars so far. And let me look at the votes too. So 0 to 4, 5% of you. 5 to 7, 32%. 8 to 10, 46%. And then 16% of you said 11 plus. And someone made a great point. I think it was Renee was talking about the pig DNA could be from a dog bite after the dog had a certain type of treat, the pig ears treat. Y'all are smart, man, catching it. Wendy W in here with the €3. I think I got it right that time. Thank you for the €3 over there, Wendy. Appreciate the super chat. Also, Slim Life New Jersey in here, dropping the 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Slim Life, say thank you. All right, show some love. Bev is getting on my last nerve. Where was that at? There it is. Could have been from the dog eating pig ears treats. That's a great point. Very good point.
Yes.
Would you
All right,
agree?
hold on. I skipped ahead too far. Sorry, guys. There we go. We're back. And that's sidebar number 3. Oh, yeah, there he is. Look at Turtle Boy back there. Back there live tweeting.
Dr. Russell, were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe fell to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as
It's
he
pounds.
fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
Thank you for the correction,
no.
Wendy.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20 feet, I believe.
You think, do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision, I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Finally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. Back to redirect.
Okay.
and skip ahead here for y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, I have up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right. And if Mr. Wolk, you could go back. Can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E. With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back
this is the
to
ruler
flip back to the next slide.
Conversation.
Does the what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16. So those looks like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolf, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 1. Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, a 16-inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction, because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit, well, anatomically a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only would they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to
What?
ask it differently, Mr. Mason.
Dr.
What's the
Russell,
objection? Y'all said what fragments? I know.
please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions on and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
No. Doesn't look like it.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns.
Shout out to
Because
Keep It Moving, New York.
individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies and as part of your answer. Do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties
So
of
if we
the
could
authors.
just- I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Russo.
I'm
You
sorry.
finished?
The specialties of the authors, yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay?
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification P, 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 and Q, Q, Q. And I'll start with P, 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 if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to it? Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. Demunick?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at Exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section
Shout out to
in
the
that
PPP
study
loans.
that talks about and documents the methodology that you used in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla, and that means upper, lower and upper. Maxilla is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
Mm-hmm.
The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If you could find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite, muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound around.
But what about there not being any wounds on the underside of the arm? What do y'all think about that? Do you think there is just maybe because he was wearing the sweatshirt that there wasn't enough force for that to happen. I don't know. That's kind of bugging me now. Let me know what y'all think in the comments too.
Hole is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does that study support or not support in the literature a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay?
If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant, just the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child. And they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other
Yes.
words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the Morphology of Dog Bite Injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape.
That's a good question.
And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes,
How is it relevant?
because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You know, you get irregular appearances. There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting. Curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Wu, could you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow, and so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example
That's what I was
of
asking about.
interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent
Oh.
in this case wearing any? Is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought
Was
you
the
meant in this
decedent-
article. But yes, there was textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie.
That's what I want to know about.
Or
Yeah.
sweater, shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
You know, a lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if you want to keep.
I don't want to
keep on reading.
keep reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, this. And then there's one section that said.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. So do those studies, the de Munich and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
So as to the form, Mr. Lessing.
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies' methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the pattern, overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypothesis was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook.
Which seems normal in this trial,
So
right?
in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like me to give an example, like chest pain or
Well, I'd
abdominal
like to
pain?
give you an example of what you used here in this
Yeah,
case as
okay.
the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong, and so you have to allow for
That's
other
fair.
information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression. But I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips and audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some,
Right.
some news clip.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there
He's getting into
instances
it.
when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame?
Sustained.
Can you discuss what you meant
Yeah, that
by
was a
self-blame
tough structured
in
question.
acute grief reaction.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, he opened the door. That's the door was open. That's sidebar number 4. I know y'all were just asking about sidebars. The door was open, so let's go ahead and walk through it. And let me see if we have any more delay left. That might be it for now. Let me know what you think about that testimony so far. We're going to get into the continued questioning about what Karen Reed said and whatever this grief reaction is. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. Let me see here. We had a couple super chats I wanted to get to while we're waiting. Y'all said pig DNA. Yo, that's crazy. No, he did not talk about the pig DNA yet. That was wild what some of y'all are saying. Shout out to... Oh, here we go. Cynthia in here. Cynthia Harts has been a member for 4 months. Oh my goodness. Says, I love my village. Keeps me balanced. Thanks for being here, Cynthia. Also dropping the 1 bomb with the super sticker. She said, like Kevin from Home Alone. What is going on? Keep it moving. New York in the building. Said $5 make ClassE holla. Woo! Thank you for the $5. Keep it moving, New York. I appreciate you being in here and supporting as well. We got Stephen G, my dog from Australia. He's over there down under in the building with the 3 bomb. Thank you so much. We've got Libby, 22 SC girl, is in here as well. Has been a member for 4 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Hazel Trip. Jeez. What do y'all think about this line of questioning? And shout out to Amy. She knows she's a gem. That's why she's dropping the super sticker in there. Thank you, Amy, for all that you do. I appreciate you. Shout out to Amy over there showing so much support as always. What do y'all think about him going through this questioning? Because it's interesting to see he's really highlighting and doubling down not only on her experience, but on what she observed, the extra and additional research that she did. And now we're getting into a little bit more of the psychological factors because that was brought up and it was addressed during cross-examination. And now we're here. So I want to see what y'all think about this. Shout out to Amy. She said, because ClassE is high value. Hey, that's all you, Amy. I appreciate it. And you know what? Let me do this. Give me 1 second, y'all, while we're at this sidebar. We should be back here shortly. Hold on a second. We got a couple more super chats in here I want to read too. Let's see. Thank you to Kara Hampton in the building. She says, with the 5 bond, all I can say is, wow, this is a straight up circus led by a biased ringleader. A lot of these objections that are being overruled or sustained, I guess in this case, are a little bit confusing to me. And I wish, just for the jury's sake, for our sake, that we would be able to hear the reasoning behind it, at least what the objection is. It's just, it's seems like Bev really wants to have so much control on what goes on in the courtroom, which I can respect to a degree, but come on. Let's see what y'all are saying. Absolutely, she hasn't cracked, and it's impressive to watch. Yes, absolutely. Amy's ready for some chocolate and pineapple. Oh, I'm always in the mood for some pineapple. Absolutely. She held her own up there. I think the doctor's doing very well. Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if we're back from sidebar. We are. Here we go. Let's get this.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation that what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
If you could please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back. Not that one, the one in this case.
We're laying the foundation here.
Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe and with the clothing in the back, but with his that would be toward the back of that slide presentation, probably around 130-ish, 120. That's it, yes. And what slide number is that? 109. So, Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact that is depicted on this slide, is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay, so this is a direct impact.
Open the
now,
door.
From your experience, and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in a reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer, right here, a very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show where the radius and where the ulnar bones
This is
are
good.
of the arm. The lights on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here, what is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there is a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done, and by whom?
By Dr. Scortibello. And,
Shout out to Dr. Scortibello.
It was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scortibello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
You got to rephrase the question.
May we approach her for lunch?
All right, Jurors, I'm going to send you out for lunch, okay? We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Yes, come on up.
I wonder if we're going to hear anything about this. Because if he's referencing what was in the report, I don't know what the objection would be there. Because he's not asking her. He asked her, what did Dr. Scortibello do? I don't know. That's a tough one. They're gonna go to lunch though. Let me see if she says anything else. Oh, so it looks like we got a little bit more. Let's see. It's so weird too. I'm not gonna lie. In this case, just seeing Karen Reed as the defendant freely walk back and forth. In a lot of the cases we've covered here, these dudes have been locked up. Defendants aren't up and moving around the courtroom. They're not walking to a car, to a limo, and driving off after court. I mean, other than ASAP Rocky, we covered so many cases where, oh my gosh. Amy's in there. Amy's ready for lunch. Shout out to Officer Token. We got to name the Hear Ye guy too. What's his name going to be? It's 100% a dog bite, y'all are saying? I'm back and forth on it. At first I was sure, but then during cross-examination, I was kind of like, maybe. I don't know if it's a dog bite, but I definitely don't believe that he was grazed by a car. Grazed. So what is it? I don't know. Wouldn't cause slice marks on his arm. Now, unless somebody like took the pieces out, sharpened them, stuck them back in there. Well, it seems like if it was going that fast, it would have just ripped so much of your skin off. Oh, and I got to update the sidebar. Thank you. Sidebar number 5. And so it looks like right now, team 5-7 is winning. 34% of y'all said 5-7. And then shout out to Mr. Brown in here. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Brown. Morning your time. It does count as a sidebar, yes. Let's see. I saw a demonstration where the hand and arm was fractured. It was crazy to watch. Interesting. And she's an ER doctor. She sees these injuries firsthand. Have y'all went and seen how fast 20-something miles an hour is? I actually think, wasn't it Turtle Boy that did a video on that? I might have to pull up his video. And he was actually backing out on Fairview to see how fast it would be. And even thinking about somebody running at 20-something miles an hour. It's super fast. So what could it be then? A Slim Life? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. It makes sense that it would be a dog bite to me. That's the only explanation I have so far. But still, I'm unsure about this whole thing because everybody's lying. They're all lying. It's cost her $5 million, I heard, to get to this point for Karen Reed. Yes. Yeah, they're saying this cost her a lot of money. And I want to hear if they come back and they have a conversation about why they're at sidebar. I think it's just because he's not asking what Dr. Scorty Bello did. He's asking what the report says. So I don't know if that's what the objection was. It's hard to tell. I said lunchtime. Shout out to Les Cleaver back in here during lunchtime. Let me go ahead and we're going to do this. We don't need that clip yet. Yes, Turtle Boy tried to do it. I don't feel like the good doc. Let me see if I can find his video. And he's in the courtroom today. Y'all see him back there? He's probably over there tweeting his heart out. Was it Turtle Boy Live? I'm subscribed to him. I think it was a short that he posted. Let me see if I can find it. Amy will probably find it faster than I can. It wasn't a full video. I saw it the other day. Backing out. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Trying to recreate the Commonwealth's theory of her backing up at 24 miles per hour. Oh, it's a whole video. Why did I think I saw a short on this? I'm not going to play it here, but I'll post it. And he actually did this when the trial first started. I think he proved that it was possible to back up that fast. Possible, but definitely difficult.
All right, Chrissy, does that help?
All right.
Okay, I'll drop the link in the chat for y'all. If you type in Turtle Boy recreating the scene, that's how I found. Yeah, there it is. I dropped the link in the chat. I had a friend growing up that everyone underestimated because he was quirky and a bit weird, but he was always the smartest in the room. I think Brennan needs to tread lightly she's wicked smart. Oh man, wicked smart and hot, right? Oh my goodness, Amy, that's crazy. I just saw what you said. Oh my god. All right, give me 1 second. Let me see. Have y'all been watching the shirts that Karen Reed has been allowed to do by her team? She told them she knew nothing about Officer Devon, Officer Dever. I don't know what that means. They asked the Pharaoh what made him a tyrant. He responded, "Nobody's stopping me." Dang. Dang. Oh, shit. Yo, I gotta give you, that's crazy. That is a fire quote. And you have all this power. What are you gonna do? You gotta run, you get to run things the way you want to. Wow. All right, I'm not gonna make y'all stare at the ceiling fan, but I do want to go back to some of this cross-examination here.
Questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And
Y'all
when you were
don't want to
When
hear
I was a
Brendan, though.
police officer.
So let me skip through this.
excluding curb, we know
Because y'all do not want to hear Brennan.
That cannot has raised.
Oh, this is when he brought up the DNA. Let me,
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm going to go to the podium and your
all right, let me do this. I need to.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh,
All right.
okay, it's being removed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
MKAP Travis says, currently have a wound on the posterior of my bicep. Okay. From a dog who has only half of a canine. He's missing the other 3/4. I have a puncture wound and several abrasions from his regular teeth. Interesting. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, so you got it right on that. Oh man, that
Attorney
thing's gonna hurt
Brennan,
for a while.
Just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court, in front of the jury.
Hold on, we'll take a break here. Amy says we gotta watch something, so we gotta watch it. Let's see what this is about. Oh no, not this girl again. Hold on a second. Jeez, I think Facebook's muted.
All I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand. Correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
Jeez, man. I still can't believe she said that.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
Protecting
No.
myself.
The problem with Deva's testimony is the level of specificity she originally gave. She didn't just mention seeing something unusual in passing. She told the FBI she distinctly remembered Higgins and Berkowitz in the Sallyport for what she described as a wildly long time. It struck her as odd enough in the moment that she consciously thought to herself how strange it was, especially considering Higgins was supposed to be a witness. That kind of detail suggests a vivid and impactful memory, not a fleeting impression. So when Devers later retracted that account, it raised serious issues. Either she fabricated the entire experience, hallucinated a specific scene involving two fellow officers and falsely attached suspicion to it, or she told the truth initially and is now walking it back to protect others, including her friend Sarah Levinson and her own career as an officer. This could be easily resolved if there was proof of the time she clocked out, but I have a feeling that will never be provided.
You had no reason
Yeah,
to believe they were okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister got.
that's the interesting thing. Why would she make up this entire story? Let me see. Okay. Why would she make up this entire story? Oh yeah, I was sitting there and I saw them in there, and they were in there for an unusually long amount of time. I didn't understand why. I didn't know what they were doing, but yeah, he was there, they were there. It is what it is. Now, she says that to the FBI, which is what we now know was the FBI. When she gets on the stand, she's like, I made a statement that never could have happened. It was impossible to happen. It was impossible for it to happen. I made a statement to the FBI that was false, but I made it in good faith. Makes no sense at all. Makes absolutely no sense. Shout out to Microdots for that. And if y'all want to check it out, the link is in the chat. Shout out to Brenda over on the Cash App. She said, for the best chat, ClassE and Amy, thank you. Shout out to Brenda. I appreciate that. Thank you for the love. This is why Michael shouldn't be called. Proctor? Oh no, they need to get him up there. They need to get him up there because we need to ask about that. We need to ask about the DNA, all of it. She didn't make it up. She decided to lie under oath. Commissioner said, hey, what'd you tell the FBI? This and this and this. It's like, no, you didn't. Huh? You can't be charged with perjury. You're fine. When you get on the stand, you misremembered. And I'll take care of you. What did Amy say? She got a $60,000 pay raise going from Canton to Boston recently. Yikes. You don't pull those details out of thin air. It's so weird. How do you make up an entire story like that? You saw two random people and now she's saying that it didn't happen. And it's not like she could say she heard it in other testimony because she was the only one telling that story. From what I understand, I could be wrong. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. She also said there was a trial and almost said the FBI out loud. And she pretended not to know what sequestration is. Come on, lady. Am I right in thinking the chief has passed away? Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. You don't pull those details out of thin air. That's a fact. She told the truth the first time. They are probably harassing her at work. Somebody told her to do the right thing. Remember the Ghost in the Sallyport videos? And I don't believe that Alessi or AJ threatened her with perjury. How can they even threat? How is that a threat? One, they can't charge her. Two, if she tells the truth, one, they can't charge her. That's the biggest thing. So they don't just get to go and press charges against people. So if they feel like she committed perjury and the DA's office is like, what? We don't care. They can't, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. And the second thing is, even if they did say that, it's not a threat if you were telling the truth. Now, the problem and the reason she felt threatened is because she lied to the agents, and now she's saying she misremembered. She planted this weird idea and seed and thought in her mind, and now she's going to get on the stand to say something different, and she was scared that she was going to be held in contempt of court, charged with perjury. Who knows? And it was going to affect her job. Like she said, the only reason she was saying what she said on the stand was because her job was at stake, which is crazy. Amy says after she met with the commissioner, she got a $60K per year raise. After her first and only meeting with the commissioner, as AJ mentioned. You know, we should go back to her testimony tomorrow from yesterday. Y'all want to see that testimony? You want to do a little bit of a rewind? Let me know in the chat. Do y'all want to rewatch some of Dever's testimony from yesterday, or do you want to go back and rewind what we've seen today? I think I know what the answer is going to be. So let me go ahead and get it ready. We got Cynthia in here again. Shout out to Cynthia. Says the commissioner told her to do the right thing. He did. I believe it. If Dever told the truth, she would be a target for police harassment. The commissioner didn't have to say anything other than do the right thing. What he meant was hold the blue line. Yeah, what did they call it? The blue wall or the something? I can't remember what it's called. The something blue wall. The commissioner, let's see. They should question the FBI agent she talked to. If the blue wall involves other cops lying to cover for them when a fellow officer is trying to frame a civilian for murder, then that blue line is apparent and needs to go along with those officers. Well, the problem is they have the power, so it's tough. It's tough. Y'all are saying no, yes, no. I don't know what you mean, though. Yep. And out of the hot seat, and she is super pissed that she got dragged back into it. She was not happy at all. See some highlights. I wish they could bring in the FBI agents to tell the truth about what she said. I'm surprised they don't have a report or anything. Dever. Yo, that was hilarious. Yeah, and then Blue Clover is saying the same thing. FYI, Dever got a huge raise in 2023 last year from $85K to $143,000. Wow. Do the right thing is the threat. I think that's fair. That's definitely fair. All right, let me do this real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Officer Dever. Let's get, where's this cross-examination? That was fun. Let's see.
Ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So
that was crazy too. She's like, oh, I know for a fact my shift ended. What? But whatever I said happened didn't happen. I know that too.
I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until
the other Sallyport garage cameras.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Here
we go. We're doing it.
Okay.
This was good. This is one of my favorite witnesses so far. And she wasn't scared either.
you ever give the court during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name D-E-V-E-R.
And what do you do for a living? Presently?
I'm a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023,
Okay.
so.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
Yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you know whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name.
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Okay. Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port, for instance?
So, 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sallyport garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent methods, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection. This isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So, look, I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime, I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask you a
first,
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you, only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke, along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little, on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that
Sustained.
conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see you type out on this.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had the meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see. Like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or
I didn't
the
ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
In,
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation, was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Objection.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help the hurt side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
if a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no,
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Deborah thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
the question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like, you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a
comments.
little more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no
ask
no
you a
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift now.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No.
in terms of witnesses?
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
All right, I'll-
One question.
Okay,
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes,
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If
So-
you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
so I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers. Correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks and
All
follow
right,
me.
and there it is. Officer BS herself. Oh my gosh. That was one of the funniest, most interesting witnesses I think we've seen so far in this trial. Oh man. Let me go ahead and let me double check and make sure we're good here. And we're going to go ahead and get back into our coverage today. If I can get my AirPods connected. Hold on a second. There we go. How are y'all feeling? Did y'all miss that testimony? We need to get another witness in here like Officer Dever. Anyway, let's go ahead and get the good doctor back up here. Here we go. Oh, and I've got this muted as well. Oh, do we have a couple super chats in here? I think I might have missed a couple super chats. Shout out to my guy, Mr. Brown in the building. Oh, man. He said, what is going on here with the upside down smiley face? Appreciate you, Mr. Brown. We've got CPE in the building as well with the 5 bomb. Says, since I'm on the phone waiting for the IRS to pick up. Oh, I might as well pay my Amy's beautiful tax. Yeah, shout out to the beautiful Amy up in here. Thank y'all for paying the beautiful tax. Appreciate you, CPE. And thank you for the support. Hopefully that's a good phone call with the IRS. Yee. Are there any good phone calls with the IRS? I can't think of one. I guess there would be. I had a family member who worked for the IRS, so I guess saying hey to them would be a good phone call. They were at work and I called. That's about it. That's the only one I could think of. Mr. Brown's in here again.
Another one.
He says, if you lie, you don't get busted lying. Wild how that works, isn't it? Welcome to Canton. Goodness gracious. Amy said, Officer Deceiver. I mean, Dever. Here we go. Let's get the good doctor back up here, man. I think y'all are tired of Officer Dever for one decade. For one lifetime, at least.
May I?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
No, I believe I
course
said
you
that
will.
there was no standard methodology or no standard
Exactly.
guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a couple of case files from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence of standards in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question, so we're going to listen to the question, please.
Okay.
Those articles, whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Alisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was
Okay.
marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Alisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury.
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now, regarding the Munich article, that was a case study on the unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes,
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
yes,
And it was
Wow.
a neck wound from which she bled.
yes.
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
Yes, but that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't
Yes,
it?
that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes.
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
Yes.
So when the dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was the dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. The way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed. It doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see 1 or 2 things that show up what I think might be upper and lower, so it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be lower. I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on that wound that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert. So when you look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds
still Dr.
that are
Russell.
consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity. I believe that there's possibly 2 areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not an accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim, and I'm asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so that nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures. A puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes.
Show me one puncture, anyone,
There
on
were-
that wound.
Okay. There are no punctures on this arm that I see. However, again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is it depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However,
I'm just
Scissor
asking you the
bites.
question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask her now.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name 3 things that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in that case, those were dog bites that killed the victim. In this case, we do not believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were
Interesting.
giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study? This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article? You realize that?
I realize that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article. I'm
She
gonna
got
approach
him.
you. May I approach?
Yes.
She got him.
In the highlighted paragraph.
That's a great
that
point.
Attorney Lisi
You
had
can't
you
just
read,
pick and choose what you want to
that
use
is
out of.
describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the... No, I don't agree.
Okay. I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Mr. Leslie?
This isn't Hank. Let it go, man. She knows her stuff.
Is it 210?
In the other article that you read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr. Alessi.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No.
It talks about punctures, and again, we've discussed this, there is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Correct.
You said that when somebody is in a collision, that they can suffer injuries such as bruising or breaks.
Yes.
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
Correct.
There's a number of dynamic factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from somewhere and you've just given an opinion on it. Where is that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some certainty about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
You know, I'm an ER doctor, so in the ER, I've treated thousands of motor vehicle accident cases. And most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've never done accident reconstruction. I don't know any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally agree, but you're having opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues.
Sustained.
Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
Right.
So when you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to give that type of information.
I knew he was going to take
I
this route.
wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or a direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about with these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position, based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event.
No.
No, I disagree.
Why would she agree
And
to
so
that?
you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
The problem is he's assuming it's an accident. And if I'm on the jury, I'm like, sir, you have the burden of proof here. You have to prove that it's an accident. And we have the doctor here who's experiencing this saying this looks like dog bites. We haven't seen anything that's you've shown us that has said this was an accident, that he was hit. Other than the blue paint. I don't know. Maybe y'all are buying the blue paint, so I'll leave it alone.
Mr.
Is
Brennan,
that true?
No.
I have no details about the collision.
About what happened during the collision. You have no details about the body movement, the placement, the speed. You don't have...
The details were created by his experts. So they created the details, or they downloaded the data, and then they used that to recreate what they think happened. The same way Dr. Russell is using the medical examiner's report, the other information she received to determine, and the pictures to determine what happened. She's aperture for dog bites. So what are we doing here? This is
any details that
bad
you know
line of
other than
question.
what was
I don't
told
like
to you,
this.
correct?
Sustained.
Yeah, move on.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably,
Yes.
yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise? If someone's has some type of pressing and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise, it depends on the location, it depends on whether or not there's continued bleeding in the soft tissues. It depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels and the and or the nerves underneath. And then, and of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person was lying prone in the cold winter on the front yard on the dirt and was being covered by snow, sub 32 degrees, and the body temperature were to drop from 96.8 to about 80 degrees, would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly. You want me to explain?
I do.
Okay, yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature and gradual effect on the body. Now, if as opposed to in the ER or in a medical setting, if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
Assume the weather is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins to plummet regularly in degrees.
I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection system.
Thank you.
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight, did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Finally, Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner from the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces, a person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Does he ask that again, Dr. Russell?
No, you don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have a specific practice that is limited in scope.
Do you know anything about Mr. Walsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't know what his scope and practice is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes a report in terms of physicians and what their possible experiences are. They work in a medical examiner's office in Alaska or Hawaii or big city or a little town. I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture, bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack.
She's good. Yeah.
The abrasions are non-specific. Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So I had to consider that and weigh it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
That is correct. It's the second one.
With regard to these articles, you mentioned a methodology in connection with them, and a pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
Dr. Russell, what is the purpose? Let's just start with the DeMunick article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed. And it just was focusing on things to look for, and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
In terms of, Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism and the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same? Does Pollock speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollock say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted, if there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite. Those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin, and there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed the Dr. Walsh. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Did you show Mr. Brennan?
He's the one who gave me it.
Okay. I didn't know what you had there.
Yes, thank you. So may I hand to the witness?
Yes.
He said, I got this, Judge. It's all good. Relax. Thank you to everybody who's in here, by the way.
May I stand here, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just step back a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, you might punch her. Gotta be careful.
Dr. Russell, what I would like to do is to give the jury a fair
Objection.
I'll withdraw that.
Commentary, and I'd like to be heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over? Okay.
They got a sidebar. Which means, oh, hold on. Are we going to the next tier? I can't even remember what. Nope, we're still in 5 to 7. So that is 6 sidebars right now. One more sidebar and we go into the next tier. Let's skip ahead here. This won't be a big deal. This should be quick. And how are y'all feeling? I don't want to skip ahead too much.
I do.
Maybe see.
Good afternoon.
Here we go. We're about to finish up with the good doctor. All right, here we go.
Return next to the witness stand, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I am re-handing you this letter from Dr. Walsh, and what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
All right, Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Thank you.
There it is. Shout out to
I'm
Dr.
going to have
Russell.
this marked for identification.
She made it through. I love hearing from the medical side of things. I love these medical witnesses. They're so well versed, so professional, so knowledgeable. I'm gonna miss Dr. Russell. I'm not gonna lie. Dang. Go live your life, Dr. Russell, out there in California. Going crazy. Who do we have up next?
And the next witness is who?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Who's the next witness?
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, just tell me the name because I need to know whether we need to go to sidebar first. Okay, thank you.
Officer who? He said officer who now? Welcome to the channel, Laura D. I love the Pee Wee reference. Oh, man.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Just how much of the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Maybe see.
Good afternoon.
Shout out to Officer Token.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Oh shoot, hold on a second.
All right,
I gotta do this intro. Here we go. There we go. Now I got him.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank
do
you,
we
Your
have
Honor.
here?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And where do you currently work?
the town of Dighton, Dighton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Dighton Police
Shout out
Department?
to
sir?
Officer
since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I am a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
Sergeant Barrows.
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple of more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dighton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings
Nice.
as a police officer and as a supervisor.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
2012.
Is the
before
Dayton
Shannon
Police
Burgess.
Department an autonomous police department for the city?
Sorry, Shannon. You did this
In
to
other words,
yourself.
is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes.
Does that include anything having to do with crime scene investigation?
To an extent.
Witness interviews?
No, that would be the Detective Bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dayton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads
I
on a
like that
swivel.
suit
We are
and tie
always
combo.
looking
I'm not gonna lie.
because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later
Correct.
that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to
Maybe
draw
there
your
are some
attention
good
to
cops in
January of
Boston.
2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have any, you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any
God.
relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I did not.
See, I don't know those dudes.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dayton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual.
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond
Yes.
to location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dayton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger.
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barrows, did you, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dayton?
Yes,
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dayton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30?
2:30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood
Nice.
that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitate a tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
He's
Never.
probably going to
Did you know
take the
him?
stand.
Nope.
Do you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of here.
Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever.
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes, once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
Nice.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool.
That's
were
the
you in
same
full
thing I
uniform?
said.
Full
That-
uniform.
That's dope.
Gun, badge, the whole works.
The whole works.
That's nice. Shout
you
out to
ever
AJ,
go
man.
inside the
Great
house?
minds.
Briefly,
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there, and I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location
Typical
in
guy
a
never
position
seen the
to
rear end.
observe the rear end of that SUV?
The
2
whole-
minutes, 20 minutes, something in between?
Disgusting.
Longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance.
Yes.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight.
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
The right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
Was it cracked or was it broken?
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that
Yep.
description is?
There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
Interesting.
When
Oh,
you say there was
boy.
a crack, do you mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you would call it?
The piece was about maybe this big,
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches. or
And
so.
how wide?
Maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
Guys, I know we just got into this testimony. I hate to interrupt it. And I'm going to let it play out. But if this guy is the tow truck operator, or he got the tow truck and he observed the car and the taillight wasn't broken when he got there, how do we move on in this case? I'm going to let it play out, but this is insane that this is his testimony.
I want to show you a photo. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to show Exhibit 13. It's been previously marked. Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
This is insane.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Oh,
Can you
boy.
do me a favor, Mr. Wolk? With the court's permission, could we zoom in on the right rear taillight, please?
Okay.
This is nasty.
Do you see the condition
nasty
of
work.
that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around
Say yes.
3:15 in the afternoon?
You have to say
January
yes.
29th, 2022?
It says no.
Absolutely not.
What's different about this photo, sir?
That's the wrong answer, sir. You can't say that. You can't say absolutely not. That means this whole thing is a sham. This whole thing's a setup. Oh man. I'm gonna let it play out, but this witness is huge.
That taillight is completely smashed out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw
man.
it at the Reed residence? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to hand you a green laser pointer.
Oh my
If
gosh.
you can, there's two displays, one monitor directly in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your
Say
right,
it ain't
it's a little
so.
easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh my God.
If the entire taillight had been broken out as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustained.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way. The piece that you saw missing, but not completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo.
Sustained.
We can take this down. As you sit here as you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
Wow.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In
How do
your
you
documented
cross-examine this
observations,
witness?
did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
How do you cross-examine
You've
this
testified
witness?
previously,
I have?
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen, like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I clear from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I could. This is Exhibit 105. Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that still shot of the video?
I do.
Describe what you see.
That tow truck is Diamond Towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
Oh my gosh.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
This has
What's
to
that?
end now.
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay?
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't need to see anything else. Can we just skip ahead
Can you see what's depicted
to
in the
cross-examination?
still image of that video right now?
I can.
We saw this too.
I'm going to ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area. This area here. Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks clear.
The portion that is intact,
Oh my
does that
gosh.
appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back. You see the red?
Yes.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please. Exhibit
This is
13.
crazy, guys. This is crazy.
Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Lights, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. All right, here we go with cross. I still
Good afternoon, sir.
can't
afternoon.
believe this.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dighton?
I do.
At the time you went to the Reed residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene?
Yes.
Because it's your jurisdiction?
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it?
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house?
Yes.
And then they came out?
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed?
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When
It doesn't matter.
vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dighton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
Except he had no
You write
motive
reports
to leave
regularly, don't
anything
you?
out of his
If you train at
report.
the academy, it's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at that moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
Yeah. And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as much detail as you wanted, is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
Brennan, don't do this, man. Come on,
To an
dude.
extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of your description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a witness at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
if that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
What were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed, yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
that you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight, is the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
Okay, don't. Okay. You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
What?
At his hotel.
He answered the question.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in their conference room.
Find it odd to go to somebody's hotel to speak to them about a case?
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
I'm sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see Mr. Jackson at his request. Did you know who Mr. Jackson was?
I did.
Did you see him on TV?
Can we get to the tail light, please?
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
It was one of the gentlemen right here on the end?
The
The good-looking one down there on the right?
No, it was not.
Somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in that conference room, were you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came into court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in the Sally Port, or the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Had you ever seen that photo before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Did you see it or you saw
When
it?
you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in indictment.
Nobody asked me that.
When you were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph, you never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage as you see it in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is dissimilar to what you remember at the last event that you testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
Yes, he
I do.
does.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged, it was cracked, and there was a piece missing but not completely damaged. Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
So, in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear taillight had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the taillight, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Any approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you've testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right?
Objection.
So ask the question differently.
Okay. Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
And as you take a look at that, could you show me anywhere in your testimony, anywhere, where you made any statement about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
The thing is, we saw the video, man. You can't. How are you going to argue this? How do you argue this?
It's not in there.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy, they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade. Right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, fair to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or something more, please tell me.
Correct.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about?
Excuse me.
So that, okay?
Over here.
Oh man, this is tough. What do y'all think about that testimony so far? Initial testimony. This changes everything. This changes everything about this case. And the misremembering we'll get into here shortly. But let me know what y'all think of this so far in the comments and in the chat. Oh my gosh. And look at Peggy. What is Peggy thinking right now? Jeez. And shout out to, we got a couple of super chats in there. Let me see. I saw Amy had one in there too. Hold on. I gotta say thank you. Shout out to Amy in the building. Let me see. Was there someone else before that? There it is. Shout out to Amy with the super stickers. She said coming soon. I know that's right. She said yum with the super sticker. And then the number one, Amy's number one, with the 2 and the 2 bomb, with the 6 bomb up in here. Thank you, Amy, for the support and the love. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. And then she sent another one in there. She said game over. This is wild. We got to get our guy back up here. Hold on. This is crazy. Oh, that's 7. Thank you, Amy. Also, Team 7. Looks like y'all got it. Team 5 to 7. It's going to be close. Oh, man. Team 5 to 7. Y'all are winning right now. So I got to update this. Hold on. We are at 7 sidebars right now. If we get one more, Team 8 to 10 might win it. But if we get 3 more, then Team 11 plus is going to take home the win. All right, let's go ahead and keep it going. We're back at it with this cross-examination. This is crazy. Absolutely insane.
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and timing. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at their hotel conference?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
right?
Oh, hold
Right.
on. Let's skip ahead, guys.
Would you agree that you'd have some difficulty with the amendment?
I'd agree.
It skipped ahead for some reason. Here we go. Because we're doing this live, sometimes we have some issues. There we
You
go.
told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and timing. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at their hotel conference room?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No,
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm not looking for a date, just the general year frame. Last year, this year?
Probably we're in June. Early in this year,
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
on a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date. Was it this year probably, or do you think you met them this year?
This year,
Do you know what month you met them this year?
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
Yes,
When you talked about the issue with the taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any opinions or information?
no,
Did they ask you questions about it?
no,
So you went to a meeting in a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about the taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
They
Sir,
ju-
I'll ask you another question instead. Have you had an opportunity to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
on the 29th of January. No,
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
yes,
Who showed it to you?
from seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you or discounting you, I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, I may approach.
Okay?
There it is. Looks like y'all got it. That is 8 side boss today. So team 8 to 10. Y'all are up right now. Jeez. Let's skip ahead because I think this one's pretty quick as well. And we should be back at it. Here we go.
You've seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillight since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
No, I don't want you to guess. You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in direct examination under oath, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence.
Not doing what you think
of
it's
that
doing,
taillight
Hank.
Before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have the ring video at 5:07:58, please. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Okay. Before you proceed, Ms. Gilman, have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had a particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media to take a look to compare it to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. I understand. Please play this, please. Turn the sound down. Thank you.
That's where she hit the car.
Do you see that white part of the back rear right taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You see that? Sir?
Can you zoom in a little bit more? I can.
You can or cannot?
I can.
You can. C-A-N can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue. Stop. Can you bring it back and stop? Back more. Open, right there. Zoom, please. You see, sir?
What are we doing?
I can see that.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
How can he tell? I don't even know how he could
Can
see
we
that.
go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a
Hey,
couple
he said it was
questions.
consistent.
This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day.
Yes.
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground, the streets, the cars, correct?
Correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes.
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over it and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it?
I did not.
And the snow there was snow packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please. Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Okay, we have Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right tail light, the white part?
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in
Can't
Dayton.
tell.
Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right rear taillight and the missing parts there, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Light
That's
down,
it.
please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief.
This is crazy.
Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
We know where
No
this is
idea.
going.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Nice.
Right.
Sustained as to the form, Mr. Jackson, is
Of
your
course.
witness.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You remember being in Dighton, correct? Being called out to Dighton, to the residents of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone?
This is a
I
great
do.
witness.
Do you remember it was this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue?
I do.
Do you remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with the gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
It makes sense. That's what he was there for. Interesting.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dighton, while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sallyport in Canton PD? I'm sorry, in Canton, in the Sallyport, at the police station
I wasn't.
at 5:30 p.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sallyport at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
I wish you had
You were
taken
simply-
photos.
simply there to assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
By the way, you and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
Uh-oh.
You testified for them?
Correct.
Objection. Move to strike.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Really? I don't think so if he's asking about his memory. How is that beyond the
Did-
scope, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked but not, or damaged but not completely broken, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Interesting.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
I don't even know why I was brought
I
up.
live in Los Angeles.
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
This witness is killer. And they brought him in the first trial, too? And
Did
didn't
you and
bring
I
him back
ever
this
speak,
time?
ever, before
Jeez.
your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
Amazing witness.
As you sit here, Sergeant Barrows, do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022, at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
That's all.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse?
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened
That's
up.
not evidence.
It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set. sir.
Thank you.
She was ready to get him out of there. Judge Beth did not like this witness. This witness is insane. One of the best we've seen so far. A guy saying that the taillight wasn't broken. We see on video that the taillight was not broken all the way. What's going on here? What's happening? Did they somehow fix the taillight? This entire thing is wild. Y'all gotta let me know what you think about this in the comments and in the chat. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What's Bev gonna say now? She's gonna let him go. She's ready to
All
go.
right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to the lawyers about a couple of things, so this seems like a good spot to just send you home for the day rather than bringing out witnesses. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do
Amazing.
any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day. We'll finish by 1.
Oh, half a day tomorrow. All right. There it is. We got a half day tomorrow. We're going to be finished by 1. Sergeant Nicholas Barrows. Great way to end the day. Probably not for the Commonwealth. What do y'all think about that? Amy's giving AJ a round of applause. Oh my goodness. We had the good doctor in here. Dr. Russell. Wow. Slim Life said, yep, they didn't want him to tell the truth. This good for the goose, good for the gander stuff is getting on my nerves. I'm not going to lie. It's okay for someone to talk to the FBI and create an entirely fictitious story that has no basis in reality. But then when a guy says he remembers something a little bit different, oh, he's the bad guy all of a sudden. And he has ill intentions and a bad memory. Come on, guys, come on, man. The jury has to see straight through this, and it is amazing to see. Let's get some of these super chats. I'm gonna get y'all up out of here. We got Cynthia Hart's in the building with the 10 bomb. Says we can't compete with Amy. I know that's right. Shout out to my awesome, amazing Amy. Been around since YSL. None as loyal as C is. You know, she's been around way longer than that. Shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy up in here. Thank you, Cynthia Hart's, for the support that you give as well. I appreciate you. We've also got Kitty Cat in here with the 2 bomb. Says recaps. Amazing. Thank you so much. And she says, my children are busy. Missed the show. That's okay. Thankfully, you have the replay. And as y'all know, I will be posting clips of the live stream for y'all over on the ClassE YouTube channel. So if you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time we go live or drop a new video. Y'all know we will be here in the morning bright and early, so you don't want to miss out on that if you haven't subscribed yet. Also, share the video with someone if you're feeling generous. It's free to do, just like liking the video. Thank you to everyone who liked the video so far. All 825 of y'all that liked the video. Also, big shout out to everyone who made it on the community leaderboard. Our top 5, of course, the awesome, amazing Amy. We've got Slim Life at number 2. We've got Kara at number 3. We've got Holly at number 4. And then we've got, oh, I can't see what that is. It's so far away. Dang. I'm going to put you, don't worry though. I'm going to tag y'all in the community post just to say thank you. So thank you to everyone who supported. I think I can't see who that is. Oh gosh, I'm gonna look at it later. I think it's Raunchy Dog. I believe it's Raunchy Dog. Shout out to Raunchy Dog. Either way, Amy says the cover up is insane. That is an understatement to say the least. I hope y'all have a great rest of your afternoon. Make sure you check out the videos we'll be dropping today, and y'all know what to do as always. Have a great rest of your evening too, and keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy.